Hey everyone, my name is Joe and welcome to part 4 of the Godot top-down shooter tutorial. In this video we're going to be talking
Hey, it's Ice, and in this episode we are going to make projectiles, and specifically we're going to add projectiles that our player can throw and damage enemies. Okay, so first of all let's create it. We're gonna make it on the base of hitbox. So go to overlap and hitbox, here scene, new inherited scene, choose hitbox, rename it to player dagger, and now
I wasn't gonna put on my mic, but I don't even care, dude. I thought it would help me focus more, but I'm having a hard time staying awake, so maybe talking will help me stay awake. Oh my god. $12. Yeah, I gotta publish this fucking game in 12 hours. It's like 9 p.m. right now. I just woke up from a nap. I slept for like an hour. I've been sleeping like not a lot because I've been trying to do this. I'll show you what I got. So it's like the spaceship game, right? Where you can shoot. Although I can't shoot yet. Right now I just have this lightsaber ability. I can take damage, but I don't have my health bar or anything set up. But what I gotta add right now is like my frontal gun that I can shoot from my plane. Pew, 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 pew. Just imagine me shooting. Wow, my laser beam thing does like no damage. It sucks. Oh, you know what it is. They're not taking any damage. Because I don't have my hitboxes set up correctly. Fuck. Gotta fix that. Look at all these rockets, dude. It gets so god crazy. Look at all the rockets. What if you were flying in a spaceship and you saw all these rockets flying at you? Merging into a giant rocket. They all collide with each other too, so they don't stack on top of each other, you know? They collide with each other, so I will die too if I just stay next to him. So the way it's gonna work is they actually will take damage from hitting me as well, and then you'll see my shields pop up. So it'll be like we both take damage from each other. So they get blown up when they run into me, and then I get blown up too. But it looks like my damaging ability is not working right now. So let me check that out. I messed up all my hitbox because the way I think it's similar to Unity. There's like layers for your hitting stuff. So this is 3. And then so that means I'm hitting 3. Maybe I should hit 4. Will that make it so they die? Kill it. Okay, yeah. And then I get these little things, which you can see that I get, it levels up. Now, later, what I'm going to set up tonight, you see how there's this bar charging? The UI is not that good for it yet. But I pick up these little things, right? I got to put some shaders on them or something. And you get upgrades. Now, when it's higher, you'll get like a choice between multiple upgrades. Let me just confirm that I can get killed. Yeah, I can die. Okay. There's also some, I don't know where those debugs are. I think it's like basic enemy something, hurt box, player maybe. When you look at this code, you can kind of understand GD script probably, huh? Yeah, it's pretty easy to just grab and look at it and be like, oh, okay. Okay, so here's the prints that are happening. I have one here and one here. The current health, gliding bodies. So for some reason, yeah, that's why it's like 151. Okay, so I don't want this one. I'll keep that one. They're not really killing me that quickly. Okay. Okay, so now what I need to do the sword ability is insane. I got a code of frontal gun thing. I might make some coffee. So let's start by making a new scene. And we're going to go other node, and it's going to be area 2D. And we're going to call it a bullet. Typically, I've been naming my scenes with a capital letter. We're going to save the scene as so in here there's ability. How did I structure it here? Sword ability is what I called it. Okay, so we're going to call this bullet ability. Then I'm going to save the scene as, and we're going to go scene, ability, new folder, bullet, ability, save bullet ability. Okay, so now we're going to do a sprite 2D. I almost don't need art. I can just use like a pixel. Maybe I'll do that. Or maybe I have something in the game already that I can use. Let's get the texture. Resources. I'll just make something. That red one's cool. Need a bullet. Just grab this. Initially, I was gonna try to do like a color convention, but I kind of lost sight of it. We'll just do this. Bullet. You know where I've been finding the best tutorials for Godot is on kidscancode.org. Because, like, all their tutorials, it's like the super most basic way to do everything. And it's like, I can fancy it up from there. But it's like, all the guys on YouTube and stuff, they don't know what the fuck they're doing, dude. It's like what I'm figuring out. Like, it's not like that with RPG Maker. You know what I mean? Like, the guys who make content for RPG Maker are good at RPG Maker. The guys who make content for Godot, and even Unity, kind of, I don't know about Unity as much. I have had that experience, but with Godot, a lot of people make really bad code. You know? And I didn't really realize that. Now that I know that, and I'm getting better at being able to tell whose code is good, it's like, I don't know. Godot, there's a lot of really shitty code out there. Really shitty, like, systems and people who don't know how to structure things and stuff. With RPG Maker, I guess you don't really have to worry about that stuff as much, so. Everything's kind of, like, laid out for you. The way you structure your systems, it's pretty much set up, you know? Like this, the way I have this set up, it's totally different than my first, like, prototype project. Before, I'd have, like, one folder for all the images, one folder for all the scripts, one folder for all of the scenes, you know. I'd have one for scenes that were, like, players and stuff. But now, like, if there's, like, a bullet, for example, the bullet has the bullet script, it has the bullet assets, it has the bullet scene, all in one spot, you know. And the bullets go within the ability folder, which goes in the scene folder. And within the scene folder, there's, like, the scenes, there's, like, auto load, background, which is, like, the parallax, components, which are, like, components are basically, like, UI stuff. Well, they're more just vials, hurt boxes, hit boxes, health components. Got meeting 2 minutes, yeah. And Mondays. Yeah, it's still Sunday for me. Be right back, 15 minutes. Hey, Corpse Jack. And soap smells good. I'm not using that same soap anymore. This lavender one's great. Congrats. Happy for you. I'm trying to make it so I'm working on another ability for my jam game. Hitbox component. Box component and then collision shape 2D. Makes you learn coding. Yeah. Yeah, it does for sure. Honestly, it makes you learn a lot more than that. Yeah, Godot is free. It's open source. It's like Unity, but it's a lot lighter. And the thing I like about it, probably more than anything over Unity, is that since it's open source, you can see all the code, so. Why is this collision shape here? I don't need it. I can delete it. Let's have a hitbox. Feed cats their wet food. Okay. I'm just going to copy this for now. Let me actually change my view. Why is this here? Isn't this supposed to be somewhere else? Oh, yes. Okay, so get it from GodotEngine.com. Yes. This whole bullet thing is getting out of hand. My game's gonna crash too now. Yeah, because I'm trying to do... Why did that break? I'm like destroying my game. Let me just take this out of here. I can leave the code in there. It's not doing anything. Oh shit, what the fuck did I do? All the other stuff I did shouldn't have done anything. I just created the stuff. Sword instance hitbox damage equals damage. Maybe because I'm using this damage and other stuff. Let me look. Oh yeah, because I'm using the hitbox component here, I think. I fucked everything up, dude. Everything's disconnected. Sword instance hitbox component damage equals damage. I don't understand. Everything looks fine. This is the one with the issue. Did I fuck this up? How goes the jam? I don't think I'm gonna make it, said Grace. A bit off more than I could chew, man. Oh, there it is. That's the thing I broke. Jam isn't about finishing, it's about coming up with new stuff. Yeah. It's nice to win, though. But yeah, according to that goal, I've definitely achieved. Definitely done. I've already gone far and beyond. I was trying to implement like a frontal attack here, and I'm just so bad at Godot, I couldn't even do it. So I'm just going to try and abandon it. Node 2 sword ability, hit component, hitbox. Trying to look at my code and see if I can see anything. Oh, I need that. Why was that commented out? Holy shit. Okay, it's fixed. Okay. I was trying to make a gun, right? So you can like shoot while you fly around and dodge these missiles. Pew, 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 pew. But I just have this random laser thing that just spawns on the nearest, which is fine. And these things can kill me, see? Watch. Dead. Well, I don't code because I don't know. You don't learn to code just passively. It's hard work. It's like trying to learn French. Or something, you know? It's not like it just happens. Hey, Code Rad. Okay. I guess I'll just follow the tutorial. I don't really want to mess around with the bullet stuff right now. Before I started Godot. Yeah. Godot is actually a good way to learn to code, though. Like, in my opinion, it's easy. Relatively speaking. The thing that's challenging about Godot is not so much like the syntax that I found. yeah, the language itself is easy, but projects like this, the things that hurts my brain are like structuring all of the folders and like calling on them, and it's kind of a head fuck. Like it's not like code really. I mean, the code has to help you communicate all your different files together, but that's what to me makes Godot hard. It's just very open-ended the way you can structure all of your systems, and you can really screw yourself really fast because of that if you don't have a lot of good systems in place in the way that you do things. So yeah, it's more about that. That's like the thing. It's not the code itself. Like for example, like I'm trying to create a bullet ability, right? But my bullet ability connects to my bullet ability controller, and the bullet ability controller connects to the player, and the player has a collision shape, and then that has to interact with the enemy. and every enemy has, I have like 6 layers, right, of each enemy, and there's what's called there's a mask and a layer. So those are, it's like 2 styles of layer. Mask mean that you can interact with others if you are active on that layer. Layer means that others can interact with you if you're active on that layer. And it's like I'm always freaking up like which one is interacting with which. In Unity? Yeah. Well, I will tell you that I don't think RPG Maker Unite in the Unity client is going to be simpler than Godot. Like, I think my opinion is you're taking a somewhat complex system and you're combining it with a more complicated system. Those things tend to be exponential. So it's like you have complicated system times complicated system. And to me, it seems like it's going to be forgive my French, but it's going to be a clusterfuck using that program. I can't see how it wouldn't be. You know what I mean? So, like, RPG Maker is probably going to use a similar, like, structure to the existing versions of RPG Maker, which is not well done. Like, it's never been, like, programmers don't look at RPG Maker and say, like, oh, that's a pinnacle achievement of, like, systems. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter because most people aren't in the back dealing with the systems, you know? So you have something like that. It's more on the no-code while getting some of the... I mean, I don't see how you can use Unity without using code, though. Like, what's the point? Everything is behind a code wall. So it's like... I don't know. You can do pretty much all the same stuff in RPG Maker right now. If you know how to code, it's like, why would you... I mean, I guess there's some shaders and things that you don't have access to. Yeah, but then if it takes care of it as long as you're in the same bounds, why wouldn't you just use RPG Maker MZ? You know what I mean? Like, why would you throw it into a more complicated system? I don't get it. Like, I don't get the appeal. A lot of people find it appealing. The option for consoles, you can export RPG Maker MV and MZ to consoles. A lot of people say that. I don't understand where they get that from. If you port it. No. VXAce, you'd have to port it, but MZ, any JavaScript application will run on a console. For example, like which one's the newer ones? SAM or Always Monster Sometimes, or sometimes the newer one? That one's on consoles. You know what I mean? Sometimes Always Monsters. Yeah, the newer ones on ASM. Oh, okay, so the old ones on consoles. Was ASM made with Ruby or MV? Ruby, right? It was made with VX Ace. Yeah, dude, it's just a web game. You just need to package it. It's not that complicated. Like, it's the equivalent of a web page. These guys pay money. I guess you'd have to go through... Well, I would just figure out how to do it on my own. I wouldn't use these guys. Click Team Fusion. MV uses MX, MZ. VX uses... I know that. I just didn't know that VX Ace was what Sometimes Always Monsters was made with. That's why I asked if it was Ruby. This isn't... This info is good. Just talking about the developer mount, so... Stick to VX Ace for Sam because he wanted to transfer saves from ASM. That makes no sense. It would be really simple to transfer a data, like to just convert the database. Maybe there's something I don't know. Yeah, I don't really see why you couldn't put an MV or MZ game on console. Like, it's a common thing that I hear people say, but I don't see what about it would not work. I mean, it doesn't have like a native deployment option, but you can pretty much just set up your own wrapper. It's not that hard. I mean, it's not like a codeless route, like you can't do it without code. Man, I'm getting super distracted. We gotta change the subject. Because I'm trying to finish a game jam game here. But yeah, I don't agree. I don't agree with that belief that is commonly espoused by many, that you can't put RPG Maker, MV, and MZ games on consoles. It's fake. It's not true. If you can open a web page on your PlayStation, you can play an RPG Maker game. It's just JavaScript. Okay, now you got me thinking, like, what does VXAce use for its databases? Is it just all in Ruby, or do they use JSON? You imagine if it was easy, more people would do it? I didn't say it was easy. Well, I mean, it's easy for me. Like, I would say it's probably easier to set it up for console than it is for Android. You know what I mean? There's way more restrictions on working with a mobile device. I don't even actually know anybody who's put their RPG Maker game on Android other than myself and some of what you call wandering the SAM guys. Yeah, ASM. Yeah. They said they got like no sales. So yeah, you'd say like more people would do it, but I mean they're not doing it with Android and iOS. They're the only ones ASM is the only one I've ever heard of that's done it. Assume that's why you can't download ASM anymore, even if you bought it. So I mean, like, I would say it's probably easier to set it up for console, because like the thing with freaking the mobile ones is there's all kinds of things like in the rendering and the code that don't work on Android, so you have to like design the game specifically for it, which I did with my game. Like my game is set up for mobile, but like the way, like the version of the game that I put on Android is different. Like there's like all kinds of stuff that it doesn't do that the other one does. Or with a console, none of those constraints would be an issue at all. The rendering is exactly the same as a Windows computer or a Linux computer, whatever. It's not as restrictive. So you'd say like, oh, you'd imagine more people would do it, but then people don't even use the Android and iOS solutions. Like I said, I'm the only one I know of who's done Android. Like, and I know hundreds. And then ASM is the only game I've seen from RPG Maker on iPhone. So I mean, to start yeah, but nobody's doing it. How am I gonna make business? How am I gonna make money on that business? There is already a porting service that does that. It's not a strong desire. Nobody wants to do it. I mean, people talk about wanting to do it, but that doesn't mean they're gonna do it. And they have like a whole like especially Nintendo, more so than the other guys, they have like a whole onboarding process that's very strenuous. Nintendo is supposed to be like harder than iOS, which is already a hassle. Dude, if I could make money doing that, if I could make money doing a porting service for RPG Maker games, I would, but nobody wants to do it. It's like with Unity and Godot, they like will say like, oh, you can port to Switch. Like that's like the hard part of making a game. The hard part of making a game is making the fucking game. Like that's the hard part. Imagine getting dev kits for consoles would not be easy. Yeah, well it isn't that hard. It's just a JavaScript game. It's basically like you just run a web page and you just need to create a container. So, I mean, it's not that bad. Like, I don't know. I feel like I'm talking to you and you have this belief and you're kind of setting it, but I don't think it's true at all. Like, I don't hold that belief at all. I don't know where that belief comes from. It's much harder to put it on Android or iOS than it is to put it on a console. I say that with authority, as somebody who's done that. as far as the porting part goes, if you're talking about like the onboarding process of like the store itself and them like saying like, okay, your thing is up to quality and you can put it on here, that could be harder. Okay, I gotta get my shit going. I'm gonna stop talking about this whole debacle because it's just a weird thing that people think that. I don't know where it comes from. Like, I think one person tells another person, oh, it's really hard to get on consoles. And then the other person's like, oh yeah, it's really hard. And I'm like, who said? Have you tried? I mean, it's not like anybody could just do it like out of the box. It's not like, you know, like cutting an orange or something simple like that, but it's not, as far as the process of creating a game, it's nowhere near as hard as making the game. If software doesn't by default deploy it on a platform, you know what's far-fetched is to think that because there is a default choice for Android and iOS on your platform, it's far-fetched to think that it's easy to get your game on those platforms because that exists. And by the way, MZ doesn't have that. So MZ, which I deployed my game from through Android, does not have an Android or iOS option. It doesn't have a mobile option. You run it through a web. You export it as web. And then you have to convert it. So by your logic, RPG Maker MZ would be equally difficult to deploy, which it is, to deploy to Android or iOS. Even for MV, by the way, if you do deploy it through to mobile, you don't use the Android or iOS option. You use the web option. So, I mean, to say something is not far-fetched has nothing to do with how accurate it is. It's not true that it's difficult to put it on port and it's easy to put it on mobile. Like, it's harder to put it on mobile. That's my point. And whether something is far-fetched or not, I mean, I don't care. Like, it's what's true and what's not. If you're saying it's understandable that someone could believe that, like come to that conclusion based on, I could see that maybe that's why people think it, but I still don't think that that's a logical place to come to. Been saying you don't understand. Well, I come from a different place. I mean, the way my brain works, I don't think like that. Like if a big corporation tells me something and it's marketed a certain way, I don't believe it unless I've seen it done or not done, you know? So I guess maybe normal people do believe marketing. I believe marketing exists to sell things. I believe that. I do think that it's a misbelief. Like I do feel that the belief is unfounded. But I understand that a lot of people think that, and I think differently than those people. And I have a hard time putting it together. Like, it doesn't make sense to me why certain things are believed and other things are not. Like, you can't put an RPG Maker MV game on console. Like, who said? The guy who didn't do it? I might go offline. If this is going to be the thing that keeps coming up, I'm going to have to get offline because I got to do this work. I don't want to discuss it anymore. I think my view is clear on the matter. And I'm trying to finish up a game jam, and I got to be done in like 11 hours. So, don't want to keep repeating myself. So what's left to implement? Why it was not colliding the tack with the rocket? Yes. Yes, I got that fixed. That was easy. That was just like a quick setting. It was just like the settings. I don't know what you mean by low-level design patterns. Oh, like genre? Observer, strategy, etc. I still don't totally know what you mean. And I didn't study game dev in school. Do you mean like the genre of the game? Or do you mean like... You're using a bunch of language that I'm not familiar with. When you write classes and stuff. Yeah, I still don't know what you mean. For this project, I've been following a tutorial. Maybe that'll help clarify what you want to know. And this guy has a pretty good system for structuring everything, and then I've been kind of editing it as I go.
If upgrade, let's go ahead and open our ability upgrade card as well. This is the first one that we're going to want to work with. Open up that script, and we've got our loan function right here, set ability upgrade. Now what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to have a signal that lets us know that this ability was selected. And
Do I do Unity? Not really anymore
basic
now.
way that we're going to get this to work is we're going to say if the player clicks on a card.
I'm really here. I'm gonna change my description. I might stop answering chat and just, or maybe I'll do it like every 10 minutes or something. Maybe I'll go offline too. I don't know. I'll figure it out. But I'm really focused. Today's not my day. I mean, I'm okay. I'm fine. I just can't afford to. I don't have the time to answer chat. No, you're fine, dude. It's not your fault. It's not anything you've done wrong. It's just I have to do this. Maybe I shouldn't be online. because I keep getting people talking to me, which I should be thankful for. But I'm like, not. I'm just trying to do this. I probably shouldn't even stream. Usually it helps me focus more, but my channel's been getting so popular that a lot more people are coming in. Pomodoro thing? Is there like people who stream and they just ignore their chat the whole time? I'm not good at that. When I watch Bizmaster Studios, he does the thing where like he'll not answer his chat for like 5 minutes. Yeah, you do focus work for 20 minutes, then 5-minute break. How do you structure that so that people are clear on that that's what you're doing and they're not like mad that you're not answering them? Oh, like a timer and you say focus mode. Ooh, yeah, I'll just write some stuff on my screen right now. And I'm gonna ignore all you guys. I don't know if I'll be able to set up the timer that quickly though, but I'll do the other thing. I'll write something on the screen. I watched someone like that. Well, they can do it too, right? They can work on their thing. You got all the good ideas, Code Rat Games. Too much tomato. Have to put something behind this so you can't read it. There we go. I'm such an a-hole. Yeah, I don't... Maybe I should change my title too. So people know, like, it's interesting. I watch other streamers when they're in like a position I'm in now, right? And they're like trying to finish a project in like less than 10 hours, you know, kind of like I am right now. And usually they have a way of making it so people will root for them and like not distract them. I don't know how to do that. Like, I don't know how to get people on board. You know? I don't know how to stream good. That's really just the heart of the issue. Because, like, I remember when Adam does, like, his game jams, right? Like, he won't talk to chat for, like, hours. You know, when he's, like, in his focus mode and he's, like, finishing it up. You know, much like I am right now. And it's, like, people don't bother him. It's like there's seasons, you know? Like sometimes it's like, yeah, I'll just talk to chat all night. I don't care. But when you're trying to finish a project, it's like, do you guys want to be a part of it? Or do you want me to just turn off the stream? Because I got to do it either way, you know? I can turn it off if that's what people want. Yeah, I don't know how to do these things.
Then that card is going to be chosen, or that ability is going to be chosen, and then we can close the screen and continue on with the game. And so what we're going to do is we need to detect if this card has been clicked. Fortunately, control nodes come with a signal, so if you select ability upgrade card and go to the node tab, you can see that we have a GUI input signal here, which we can use. So we're going to override the ready function, func_ready, and we are going to say GUI input dot connect on GUI input. Okay, let's create that function at the bottom on GUI input. And this, as noted in the node tab on the left, takes an input event. So let's write event, input event. And so let's just write pass here real quick so that we can...
How about TTS for redeem point or bits or whatever, and those people who come to troll? Like, I don't even understand what you're talking about. Like, it makes no sense. How about TTS for redeem point or bits or whatever, and those people will come to troll, like Ellen? Oh, so you're making a joke like, if people give me bits, then they can troll me? Just ignore my mistake. Whatever. I watch other streamers and people say things they don't understand. They're just like, and then they move on. I'm the type of person when somebody says something and I don't know what you mean, I'm like, I can't shake it. Like, I'm like, what did he mean? Like, and I like, it'll be like the next day and I'll be like standing at like outside in my yard. Like, what did that one chatter mean? I don't understand. You know, I can't just like let it go of that. That's not like my personality. What did he mean? What did he mean that I'm never gonna touch grass? I'm touching grass right now. What did he mean?
And talk about this. So what do we need to do? Well, we need to detect a mouse click. How are we going to do that? Well, this is going to be very similar to how we did the player movement, where we detect if an action in our input map was done, right? So we have a bunch of events associated with actions, and then we can detect that by name rather than doing checks for specific key codes and all that. So detecting if we clicked into this card is going to be very similar to how we did player movement. So let's go ahead and open project settings, go to the input map tab, and we're going to set up another input, which is going to be very similar, and that's just going to be left click. And let's go ahead and add an event for the left click. we'll do the mouse button, and then we'll do left mouse button. And the defaults here should be fine, so we'll click OK. And so there's our left click. And so how do we detect if this thing was clicked? Well, in our onGUI input, we can simply say if event.isActionPressed, left click. Okay? And then if this is pressed, we are going to emit a signal. Now, we don't have a signal defined, so let's go ahead and define one up at the top. Signal, we're going to call it selected. And then in our if block here, we're just going to say selected.emit. Okay, so we're emitting the selected signal now when this ability card is clicked. However, we need to listen for that on the upgrade screen. So let's open up our upgrade screen script by going to our upgrade screen scene and clicking on
I think I did all this.
ability controller, which you can go ahead and open up. And this sword ability controller spawns the sword on a specific. And if I collect some upgrades again, it should be spawning even faster now. Okay, so that's working great. So I'm going to remove this print statement from this. Sword ability controller, and I'm going to set this back to 0.1, and that is our first ability upgrade implemented. You can see that the enemy will render on top of the player always, because it's lower on the tree than the player instance. And this is not exactly correct. It will look like the player's always behind the enemy, even when the enemy is supposed to be behind the player. And that will also be a problem for our abilities. So if I take this...
This isn't where this is supposed to be. The script filter. Where is it?
The sword ability, this will just render on top of everything that is below it in the scene tree. And so we could have a situation in which enemies are obscuring the abilities, and that's not good because we want to be able to see what our abilities are doing. And so we can resolve this problem by creating a couple of new node 2Ds. So I'm going to go ahead and create a node 2D under main. So Control A to open up the Add Node dialog. We're going to call this one Entities, and then I'm going to create another node 2D, and I'm going to call this one Foreground. And Foreground will just be used for anything that we want to render above the entities. Okay, I'm going to take my player and drag it into the Entities node, and make sure you've got this order where the tile map is first, and then the entities, and then the foreground. So I've got the player as a child of the Entities node. Now watch what happens. I'm going to go to the inspector here in the Entities layer, and I'm going to go to the ordering section and turn on Y-sort enabled. So with Y-sort enabled, I can, for demonstration purposes, you don't have to do this, I'll just instance a basic enemy here real quick, and I can drag this, and you can see that this is now rendering behind the player despite the fact that it is lower than the player on the scene tree. And if I move it past the player's Y position, it now renders on top of the player. And so what Y-sort does is it controls the draw order of node 2Ds based on their Y position. So when an entity's Y position is greater than another's, it will render on top of it. And so this gives the impression of depth when we're working with 2D top-down games, which we are. So I'm going to delete that enemy. And so we want to put entities and vials on this layer, but we need to know how to access this layer. And what we're going to do is we're just simply going to use a group again. So this entities layer, I'm going to go click on that, and then go to the node tab, then select groups, and then I'm just going to add this to the entities group. And I'm actually going to call this entities layer. And we've got proper Y sorting in place, so everything will look okay. So I'm going to unpause it and just verify that the Y sorting is working great. Yeah, so you can see as you run into enemies, it makes a lot more sense in terms of the draw order of everything. Of the player that we were referencing throughout the code. And so the enemies, the fruits of our defensive programming have worked because despite the fact there's no player in the scene anymore because he got Q-freed, our game is still running and hasn't crashed and we have no errors in the console. Why? Because we were taking care to make sure that we were checking the validity of the player that we were referencing throughout the code. And so the enemies, they don't have a target to move to, so they just stop. The camera is just stopped. The timer's still going. So that's a very good demonstration of the benefits of... Let's get some UI up on the screen to represent the player's health. So what we're going to do is we are going...
Any Godot users know... I feel like this isn't supposed to be here. Like, I feel like I'm supposed to have more...
bar in player scene. So let's hit Control-Shift-O to open a quick open scene dialog, and let's go ahead and search for the player. All right, so we've got our player scene open, and what we're going to do is we're going to create a progress bar, same as we did for the experience bar. So let's go ahead and add a child node under the player progress bar, and let's move the progress bar up.
Dude, this is not supposed to be here. Oh, whatever.
Up above the pickup area 2D, and let's change a couple of these inspector settings. So we're going to uncheck show percentage, and we're going to again set the min value and max value to 0 and 1. We can leave the step at the pickup area 2D, and let's change a couple of these inspector settings. So we're going to uncheck show percentage, and we're going to again set the min value and max value to 0.
Max value to 1.
0 and 1. We can leave the step as it is. Let's set the value to 0.5 just so that we can see what we're working with. And then our custom minimum size. For this, let's create a good size for us. Let's try 64 in the X. So that's a little... little bit big, so maybe we'll do 48. And let's go down to 32. I think 32 is going to work just fine. And then for our Y, let's do something like 8 pixels. Now you're not going to notice a change when you change the 8 pixels, and that's because we need to change this transform size here. Now, because we've got a custom minimum size set to 32 and 8, we should just be able to click this reset button on the size property, and that will set it to the custom minimum size. Now this might still be a bit too thick, so I'm going to turn it down to 6 in the custom minimum size, and then click the reset button again, and that seems reasonable. Now we're going to have to manually offset this. Now what I want to do is I want to change the pivot offset for this control node. So by default, the control nodes have pivot offsets that are in the top left corner. And remember we talked about the pivot offset being the node around, or rather the point around which the node will rotate. So if I click the rotate mode up here, and then I rotate this, you can see that it's rotating around the top left corner. And it's not like we're going to be rotating this at all, but it does make sense in terms of layout to have the origin be in the center of this node. So what we're going to do is we're going to scroll down to pivot offset, and we're going to set the X to 16 because that's half of 32, and then we're going to set
4.
the Y to 3 because that's half of 6. And so now it's in the center, so when we rotate it, you can see that that pivot offset works just fine. Now why did I do that? Because now it's easy to move it, so if I select the move tool, I can center it so that the cross is in the center, and then move it up to where I like the health bar to be. Let's say right there. And you could even, if you wanted to, if you prefer it, you could put the health bar below the player if you want. I think I'm going to put it above the player just because I think that's a little bit more traditional in video games. But the positioning of this progress bar does not really matter all that much, so do what you think is best. Alright, so let's open up our health component script, and let's create a little helper function in here. I'm going to create a function underneath the damage function called getHealthPercent. And what we're going to do is we are going to say, first of all, if max health is equal to, well, let's say less than or equal to 0, then we're just going to return 0. Otherwise, let's go ahead and return. Current health divided by max health. And we could even go further here. We could say return the minimum of current health divided by max health in 1. And what that's going to do is that's going to basically make sure that we can't have a number greater than 1. Okay, so we've got this little helper function. Let's open up our player script and in here, let's grab a reference to the health. Component because we're referencing it in multiple places now. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up below this onReady up here, and I'm just going to create another one, var health underscore component is equal to health component. And then let's go ahead and replace all instances of health component here. So underneath the damage function called get health %. And what we're going to do is we are going to say, first of all, if max health is equal to, well, let's say less than or equal to 0, then we're just going to return 0. Otherwise, let's go ahead and return current health divided by max health. And we can even go further here. We could say return the minimum of current health divided by max health in 1. And what that's going to do is that's going to basically make sure that we can't have a number greater than 1. Okay, so we've got this little helper function. Let's open up our player script. And in here, let's
current health.
Okay, so we've got this little helper function. Let's open up our player script. And in here, let's grab a reference to the health component because we're referencing it in multiple places now. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up below this onReady up here, and I'm just going to create another one, var health underscore component is equal to health component. And then let's go ahead and replace all, get into, you can use breakpoints to make it as clear as possible. So on scene, I'm going to double click this to rename it, and we're going to call it health bar. And then make sure to change it in here. Okay, so we've got our progress bar. Let's rename this to health bar as well. It's good to be constantly iterating on your naming to make it as clear as possible. So on health changed, what we're going to do is we're going to say health bar dot value because that is this property here. So if I scroll down to value here, you can see that that's what we need to change, because that changes how far along the progress bar is. And if you're ever unsure what a property is called, you can either check the documentation, or if you hover over these properties, it will tell you what the property name is. You can see property value here, and then max value property underscore max, or max underscore value. So if you're ever unsure, just know that's how you can access the property names. So we're going to say health bar dot value is equal to health along the progress bar is. And if you're ever unsure what a property is called, you can either check the documentation, or if you hover over these properties, it will tell you what the property name is. You can see property value here, and then max value property underscore max, or max underscore value. So if you're ever unsure, just know that's how you can access the property names. So we're going to say health bar dot value is equal to health underscore component dot get health %, and we're going to invoke that. Cool. And then we're just going to call this line in the ready method. Now we could just copy and paste it as well to make sure that this is updated when the game starts. What I'm going to do instead is I'm going to create a new function below check deal damage, which is just going to be called update health display. And then I'm going to paste that line in, this health bar value equals health component. And the beauty of this is now we don't have to worry about copy and pasting this line. We can just call update health display and know that that function is going to contain update health display. And then I'm going to paste that line in, this health bar dot value equals health component. And the beauty of this is now we don't have is I'm going to create a or just know that's how to value here, and then make sure to change it in here. Okay, so we've got our progress bar. Let's rename this to health bar as well. It's good to be constantly iterating on your naming to make it as clear as possible. So on health changed, what we're going to do is we're going to say health bar dot value, because that is this property here. So if I scroll down to value here, you can see that that's what we need to change, because that changes how far along the progress bar is. And if you're ever unsure what a property is called, you can either check the documentation, or if you hover over these properties, it will tell you what the property name is. You can see property value here, and then max value property underscore max, or max underscore value. So if you're ever unsure, just know that's how you can access the property names. So we're going to say health bar dot value is equal to health underscore component dot get health %, and we're going to invoke that. Cool. And then we're just going to call this line in the ready method. Now we could just copy and paste it as well to make sure that this is updated when the game starts. What I'm going to do instead is I'm going to create a new function below check deal damage. Make sure that this is updated when the game starts. What I'm going to do instead is I'm going to create a new function below check deal damage, which is just going to be called update health display. And then I'm going to paste that line in, this health bar dot value equals health. component. And the beauty of this is now we don't have to worry about copy and pasting this line. We can just call update health display and know that that function is going to contain all the code that is necessary to update our display. And so I'm going to go ahead and replace this in the ready up here. I'm going to call update health display. So we're calling update health display in the ready as well as the on health changed. So let's see.
What did I just do? It's a full screen mode in this in Godot that I accidentally pushed. Okay, well I don't know how to disable it. Guess we're just full screen. It was like control 1 or something. How did I do that? I'll never know.
If that worked. So you can't see the health bar very well.
Look at my health bar. I gotta make it so it doesn't spin.
It looks like our health bar is not working. And so let's go ahead and debug this.
So if I were to do this, I would have to put it into like a collision area. Let me just make sure that dang, if I put it in a container, that would just change all the code. It wouldn't actually be that bad though. Let's debug it first and then I'll make it so it doesn't move.
So I'm going to start the debugging process by, you can use breakpoints, and so maybe this is a good opportunity to do so. So I can place a breakpoint here. It looks like our health bar is not working. And so let's go ahead and debug this. So I'm going to start the debugging process by, you can use breakpoints, and so maybe this is a good opportunity to do so. So I can place a breakpoint here by clicking in the gutter next to the line number. And what that does is that will tell the game to pause execution at this point so that we can inspect various issues with our code. We can inspect variables and all that good stuff. So
this is cool.
If the on health changed signal is being emitted properly, we should see this stop the game's execution at this line. So let's go ahead and run the game, and I'm just going to go ahead and get hit by an enemy. Okay, and that breakpoint is not working. So that means that our on health changed is not being called. And why is that? And the reason is because we actually have never connected to that signal in our ready method. And perhaps I had that earlier and I just didn't connect it, but it's very simple. So health component dot health underscore changed dot connect on health changed. And I'm going to leave that breakpoint in the code here to show you how that works. So if I go into the game and get hit, all right, so you can see that as soon as that code is run, changed. And I'm going to leave that breakpoint in the code here to show you how that works. So if I go into the So let's go ahead and run the game, and I'm just going to go ahead and get hit by an enemy. Okay, and that breakpoint is not working. So that means that our on health change is not being called. And why is that? And the reason is because we actually have never connected to that signal in our ready method. And perhaps I had that earlier and I just didn't connect it, but it's very simple. So health component dot health underscore changed.
Oh, there it is. There's my issue.
Dot connect on health changed. And I'm going to leave that breakpoint.
Still not working. In fact, now I'm not even taking damage. The frick? Oh. It's because the code. Health changed, connect, health changed, health component. What the hell happened here? In the code here to show you how that works. So if I go into the game and get hit, all right, so you can see that as soon as that code is run, the game has paused execution, and you can see that it's paused up here. And I can actually inspect all kinds of stuff in the debugger here. So I can see what the self is, what the damage interval timer is. Look at this, I can see what the number of colliding bodies is, right? I can also see. And the beauty of this is now we don't have to worry about copy and pasting this function below check deal damage. This is now going to call update health display. So we're calling update health display in the ready as well as the on health working. And so let's go ahead and debug this. So I'm going to start the debugging process by, you can use breakpoints, and so maybe this is a good opportunity to do so. So I can place a breakpoint here
by clicking previous game, and I'm just going to go breakpoint is not to that signal in our ready method. And perhaps I had that earlier and I just didn't. And I'm going to leave that breakpoint in the code here to show you how that works. So if I go into the game and get hit, all right, so you can see that as soon as that code is run, the game has paused execution. You can see that it's paused up here. And I can actually inspect all kinds of stuff in the debugger here. So I can see what the self is, what the damage interval timer is. Look at this, I can I think I'm going to put it above the player just because I think that's a little bit more traditional in video games. But the positioning of this progress, first of all, if max health is equal to, well, let's say less than or equal to 0, then we're just going to return 0. Otherwise, let's go ahead and return current health divided by max health. And we could even go further here. We could say return the minimum of current health divided by max health and 1. And what that's going to do is that's going to basically make sure that we can't have a number greater than 1. Okay, so we've got this little helper function. Let's open up our player script. And in here, let's grab a reference to the health component because we're referencing it in multiple places now. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up below this onReady up here, and I'm just going to create another one, var health underscore component is equal to health component. And then let's go ahead and replace all instances of health component here. So we can go down to check deal damage, select the $sign health component, hit Control D to highlight the second occurrence of it, and then just replace it with health underscore component. So let's go back to our health component script, which you can navigate between your open scripts here, by the way, in this panel. And we currently don't have the second occurrence of it, and then just replace it with health underscore component. So let's go back to our health component script, which you can navigate between your open scripts here, by the way, in this panel. And we currently don't have a signal that tells us that the health has changed. And so let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to write another signal underneath died. I'm going to call it health changed. And in the damage here, what I'm going to do before this callable line is I'm going to write health changed dot emit. So now what we're doing is we're essentially just sending out an event every time the health changes. Now, this will not work if we end up having a way for the player to heal. So this is probably going to need to be refactored in. Future, but for now this will work. Words, I can provide a global theme. I can just unselect this breakpoint and then hit continue, and now everything's good, and I can see that my health is actually going down, which is very hard to see. So let's address that style of the progress bar for the health bar. So I'm going to click my health bar in the scene tree over here, and I'm going to scroll down until I see this styles section here. Now we're going to get into in more depth UI theming, because we're definitely not even close to polishing up this game yet. But I figured now's a good time to get the first little bit of exposure to it. So we can theme our UI elements with a theme, and we can override individual parts of that theme at the individual node level. So in other words, I can provide a global theme that all control nodes will style themselves after, or they'll inherit the styles of that theme, but I can also override aspects of the theme at the individual level, and that's what this styles property is. So watch this. If I decide that I want to override the fill here, I can click into this empty button right here. If I select new style box empty, that disappears. Why? Because the style box empty is what it says it is. It's empty. But of course we don't want that, so I'm going to undo that. What we want instead is we want a style box flat. And you can see immediately upon choosing style box flat, we have just a regular rectangular box here. And to make this easier to see, I'm going to toggle the visibility of these areas. So I'm going to toggle the visibility of the pickup area, and I'm going to toggle the visibility of these other shapes as well. So we have a much cleaner look at this. I'll go back to the health bar. If we click into this style box flat here, you can see that we've got some options in here. One of them being the background color. And so this is going to be the one that's most important to us. And something that's important to do when you're working with an asset pack or just pixel art generally is you'll notice that maybe you can't tell this explicitly, but these colors are all very thematically similar, right? So this green in the health potion this light green is the same green as this fountain's green, right? Because the palette is very restrictive. It's the same colors. You can even see that the flesh color of this guy right here is the same color as the sand, a little bit of the sand up here, right? So all of the colors are very similar, and the reason I bring this up is because we want to do the same for our UI elements. Our game is going to look out of place if we, for instance, went to this background color and just chose a random shade of green. That will work, but it's not going to look like it fits in the game. And so you don't have to do this, but I'll give you the hex code. But I'm going to grab the color of one of these greens. So this one, for instance, 43E1B3. So I'm going to copy that. And in my background color for my style box flat, I'm going to go ahead and paste that in. So again, that's hex number 43E1B3. And I'm going to hit enter. And so now we've got a green color that matches. Okay, let's close that by clicking the style box flat. We'll compress that. And then I'm going to do the same for the background. So I'm going to click this empty here, new style box flat, and I'm going to open that up. And we want to change the BG color here as well. So I'd imagine we probably want to use this outline color for our BG color. So I'm just going to go ahead and grab that, copy it, and I'll read off the code for you as well. So I'm going to go to my BG color here, paste that in there, and it is 3F2631. I'm going to hit enter. And so now look at how much better that looks thematically. Now let's say that we want to have a border around our health bar so that it matches the thickness of the outline of the player. So let's close the style box flat for the background, open up the fill style box flat, and what we can do in here is we can change the border width here. So I'm going to do 2, 2, 2, 2, and so that adds a border. Now the problem is that this border color is not correct. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the background style again, click into this BG color. I'm going to copy this. And then I'm going to go over to the border color of the fill style and paste that color in. And now we've got a pretty respectable health bar with a border. We have a little bit more foundational work to do, and then we're going to spend the rest of the course creating content and polishing the game. But there are loose ends that we have to tie up, and the reason that we are mostly just doing foundational work for the first half of this course is that that's actually some of the easiest stuff that we're going to do. And so it's useful to do that stuff first to get you all acclimated with how you build out these systems in Godot. And then we're going to get into more complicated things as we start polishing the game and creating new abilities and new enemy types and things of that nature. So one of the loose ends we need to tie up is that we don't have any way of winning the game. And right now we have the game set to stop counting at 1 minute in, and that's fine for people. debug purposes. We just need something to show up, like a victory screen, for the player to celebrate their victory, and also to prompt the player to return to the main menu, which we also don't have yet, and things of that nature. So let's go ahead and just build that out. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create a new scene with a root type of canvas layer. Okay, and let's go ahead and rename this canvas layer to victory screen. Save that into scenes, UI, victory screen. Let's add a margin container as a child. Save that into scenes, UI, victory screen. Let's add a margin container as a child of that node, and then we're going to click this anchor preset offset button up here, and then select the bottom right full rect option. Okay, perfect. And then we're going to do something very simple. We're going to create a new panel container underneath the margin container here, that node, and then we're going to click this anchor preset offset button up here, and then select the bottom right full rect option. Okay, perfect. And then we're going to do something very simple. We're going to create a new panel container underneath the margin container here. Let's create a new VBox container underneath that panel container. Let's go ahead and add a label. And let's underneath, or in that label, let's type in the text victory. Okay? And for the label, what we're going to do is we are going to change the horizontal alignment to be center, and let's change the vertical alignment to be center as well. Let's scroll down until we see the font sizes option. Let's check the... Okay? And for the label, what we're going to do is we are going to change the horizontal alignment to be center, and let's change the vertical alignment to be center as well. Let's scroll down until we see the fonts. Victory. Okay? And for the label, what we're going to do is we are going to change the horizontal alignment to be center, and let's change the vertical alignment to be center as well. Let's scroll down until we see the font sizes option. Let's check the font size and change it to 24 pixels so it's bigger, and we'll be replacing this font later on. And then let's create another label in the VBox container. And this label to be center as well. Let's scroll down until we see the font sizes option. Let's check the font size and change it to 24 pixels so it's bigger. And we'll be replacing this font later on. And then let's create another label in the VBox container. And this label, we're just going to say U1 as the text. All right, let's create a button underneath that VBox container. Let's write in the text restart as the first option. Let's Control D to duplicate that button and write quit.
I'm gonna take a break. I'm like dying. I don't have much left in me. I'll be right back. Ugh.